from Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Good afternoon, Arkansas. This is Executive Director Rich here, and we are covering a multitude of different storms now in Arkansas. As you guys know, we have Derek and Cameron both out in Oklahoma with their Chasecation. They handed me the keys, so I get the fun stuff of dealing with multiple storm outbreaks. Right now, I want to bring attention to two key storms here in Arkansas. The first one would be the one near Stuttgart in Clarendon, and this is marked considerable with 2-inch lime-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The second one that I want to bring attention to is now it looks like this one just went to a PDS emergency. Yes, this is a tornado observed warning just outside of Arkansas. And let me get a better radar view on it. And this is down here, down near the Texarkana, Ashdown area. And the reason why I went live is because it is just outside our borders. And also with this severe thunderstorm warning, we have 2.75-inch baseball-sized hail moving through the state down here with a destructive tag. We're getting multiple reports of trees coming down along Highway 79. If we can get confirmation of that, that would be good. But at this time, we're definitely seeing a considerable amount of threat down in the southwest Arkansas area. And so basically what we're doing is we're kind of watching this. I'm going to bring up the high-res velocity. We're going to zoom in down here into the just south. This is not in Arkansas yet. This is just south of us. And this is going to be near New Boston in Texas. This is going, the path here. If we pull up, let me actually switch radars here real quick. That might be a little easier for me to kind of pull this in. Give me just one moment while I switch this out. We try to use multiple things here, so try to pull this up here. And you guys got to keep in mind down here in southwest Arkansas, we kind of battle with quite a bit of things, including radar gaps and all that. So I'm trying to, let's go ahead and pull this out here and just switch over to our, let's turn off studio mode and go to WSB 3. All right, so we pulled this up here on our other radar system that you guys are more used to. Let's zoom out just safely. All right, so this is generally what Texarkana basically wants to do is actually prepare for the potential of this tornado. This tornado that is observed and is marked as a PDS emergency. I don't know if it still is or not. Let's see here. According to this, Radar Omega has it as catastrophic damage. So for some odd reason, this radar system does not want to mark it as that, but we're gonna treat it as a very serious situation because of the fact it is on the ground, it is observed, and this is going to be just outside of Texarkana. This is going to be just south of Foreman and Ashdown, and this is along this storm that has a threat of that is not correct at all. Let me pull up something here. Why is it saying that? Because we're getting two different things. Let's pull out Radar Omega here. This is why I use two different radar systems. All right, so yeah, so we got 2.75-inch baseball size hail, destructive tag on that down here in Ashdown, Texarkana area in southwest Arkansas. And we've got that tornado emergency observed with damage catastrophic mark on it. And that's still south of Arkansas. And we're going to zoom out real quick, not to take away from the destructive damage over here, but I do want to point out that we have a considerable 2-inch lime size storm, and this is going for your Clarendon, Rowe, Holly Grove, Stuttgart. So if you I definitely recommend you consider, maybe going to a gas station, put your car in a gas station or a car wash, or if you left your car out of the garage, definitely consider putting it in, because this hail is actually going to be pretty strong. And I'm gonna look through. We don't normally answer questions anymore, but I just want to kind of check real quick. This tornado is confirmed. This tornado is observed. And I'll pull that up real quick. Yeah, it is observed, and I'll pull up the details real quick on this. Let's see here. Tornado emergency for Bowie County and New Boston, Texas. This is a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over New Boston, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. And this was weather spotters confirmed the tornado. So this is just to your west of Texarkana at this time. And I will pull up high res velocity here. We can see, holy, that is strong. That is strong rotation at this time. So we're gonna pull up our correlation coefficient. Let's see if I can get a better see. Like I said earlier, this is a radar gapped area, and so it is really hard to get the best details because it's in between two radar systems. So I can't confirm that there's any debris signature at this time. However, we can tell that this is a pretty large tornado just skirting southwest Arkansas here. So we're watching this closely because it seems to be. Yeah, I don't agree with that polygon they drew. I suspect that could take more of an eastern instead of a east southeast path. And this particular storm is moving, if you're curious, is moving east at 25 miles per hour. So it is kind of a slow system. So we're basically just kind of monitoring it right now. We're definitely concerned about the fact that, also, not to take away from this particular tornado, we're also concerned about the destructive tag here for this particular severe thunderstorm warning, now moving in through Ashdown, Nash. Looks like about to move into Ogden, Pine Prairie, Richmond. So you definitely need to make sure you're not outside. Definitely seek shelter if you are in this particular path of the severe thunderstorm warning, because we've been observing that it's been handing off north and south, creating hail cores up and down. So what you basically want to do is assume that it could end up forming more northern or dropping more south, and it's best to just seek shelter immediately and stay away from exterior walls and windows, because 2.75-inch 2 3/4 size hail, baseball size hail, is extremely large. So not to take away from that at all, but I just want to do a quick zoom out. I want to take a look. Looks like we just got a flash flood warning for that particular storm because it is moving rather slow out of the Carlisle Stuttgart, and it's continually producing a very large hail. I don't know if you see this in the live, but it's saying, it says 4 inch, and that's usually the size of the hail higher in the atmosphere. Obviously, it shrinks down as it falls more to the ground, but 4 inch is also the max. So we could be seeing the potential for even larger hail than 2 inches in size with this considerable threat. So that's why we want to express that even though this ain't marked considerable, you should even consider treating it as destructive because we just don't have anybody out there observing the exact size of this. So if we look down towards south of Little Rock too, not to take away from that, we're just going to talk about the one near Redfield. This one's your pretty basic severe thunderstorm warning. Basically, you're looking at 1 inch hail, quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The winds haven't been too bad. However, we have had reports. Oh, it looks like they just issued another tornado warning. Yeah, they issued another tornado warning. I believe they're trying to alter the trajectory of this because it is taking more of an easterly than a southeasterly direction. So this one's going to bring this more into the path of Texarkana at this current time. So if you are ahead of this storm, if you are one of our friends just uh, outside of Arkansas and you're kind of hanging out in Texas, definitely take your tornado precautions immediately. The latest warning says radar indicated, but the previous warning had this observed. So you want to consider treating this as potential of cycling. Basically, what that does is it can cause it to kind of come back up and kind of cycle through and actually end up possibly potentially producing and dropping. If a tornado has a history of dropping, typically what could happen is it increases the chances of it dropping again. So if you're in this path, you need to consider this as an emergency, a particularly dangerous situation. If you're in this path and you need to seek shelter, get to the lowest level of your house or unit or complex, away from exterior walls and windows. And if you're in Texarkana right now, you are looking at, let's see, these 25 miles per hour. Let's try to put a basic tracker on this right now. It's going more towards, this might go more towards, yeah. So basically, if you can see this, let me double check, make sure. Yeah, that's decent. Okay, so Texarkana, you got until 8:04. That's obviously gives you plenty of time to prepare for this. So you're definitely way ahead of the storm on this one. However, this particular severe thunderstorm warning is definitely producing destructive hail. And you definitely, need to keep that in mind. You've got baseball size hail, and it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued ahead of this. And it looks like they did downgrade the hail, but they increased the wind threat. Now, as we try to tell our viewers, straight line wind threats, threats above 60 miles per hour definitely are considerable damage. They can take, with all the rain that we've had, those trees are definitely going to be a lot weaker. And what happens is strong winds can end up uprooting entire trees and bringing them down on, cars, houses, power lines, things like that. So you definitely need to treat this as a very serious threat. And consider taking still your tornado precautions in a sense, staying away from at least your external walls and windows, and being on the lowest level, because like I said, with that much flooding that we've had lately, along with 70-mile-per-hour winds, you do run a serious risk of potentially uprooting trees, and we saw that earlier today when I was covering early this morning. We had over 20,000 people without power, and it looks like right now we have 4,500 without power. So that is, I think that's accurate. Let me pull up Discord here real quick. Okay, so I need to do this real quick. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Like I said, I'm trying to cover for Cameron as he's out in Chasecation. Looks like we just ended the live stream for HSC. So they are done for the day, but tomorrow is going to be extremely active for Oklahoma. Tomorrow, Arkansas, we finally get a break. Things may calm down, but I'm just letting you guys know now. I mean, obviously things could change, but so far so good. Saturday looks to be a lot calmer. So not to take away from this particular considerable threat down here. Looks like we just got a special weather statement though, going towards the Queen. And it looks like a couple cells that are trying to form down there. But we're going to go back up here real quick and check out how this one's doing. This one's still marked for considerable threat. Looks like the hail size in the last couple minutes have decreased some, so that is good news. It looks like your hail core right here. You can see your little hail core right there. It looks like that has decreased some. It could be flooding itself out because we do have a flash flood warning in effect for 2 hours. And that's going to go for this area right here, from Lone Oak all the way down to Holly Grove. And looks like this one has not changed very much. This one's still quarter size with 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to take a quick zoom out here, kind of get a general overlay of how things are in Arkansas. It's mostly quiet. It looks like there are some storm potentials along that front that are starting to fire up, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that through the overnight hours here. But overall, I would say that our main players right now are down here in the southwest, and this one right here that is ending up going towards just north of DeWitt. It's going to be going in between DeWitt and Helena, West Helena. So that's going to be going towards Holly Grove. Marble area, you may see some of this. Lakeview, you guys are going to be in the path of this very large hail storm. This is a considerable tag. So that's 2 inches lime size, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And so we're going to go ahead and go back down here and try to see how this storm is still doing. It looks like it's trying to hand itself off. Like I mentioned, this particular cluster of supercells kind of merged earlier, and they kind of seem to be handing back and forth at this time. The rotation down here is not as impressive as it was earlier, and I'm going to do a quick rewind here, kind of show you what that kind of looked like earlier. So you can see it was really impressive coming in through north of New Boston. You can kind of see it just starts to kind of trail off and fall apart and become a little bit of a broader rotation, falling apart. The issue though is that it looks like it is definitely emptying quite a bit of winds up here. So we've got 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail at this time. So since this storm is only moving about 25 miles per hour, Texarkana, you guys have considerable amount of time to prepare for whatever this wants to do. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on this at this time, and we're trying to make sure that if the threat is just going to go away and this is just drops down below destructive, we would consider going off of Facebook and continuing our continuous live stream coverage on YouTube. So I wanted to break in because it was destructive during that time, but since we have a tornado so close to Texarkana that was observed, I wanted to go live just to give you folks plenty of time to prepare in the event that it decided to continue onward eastward. So let's go ahead, and since that is calming down some, we could kind of take a look at our general region down here. You could definitely see Texas has been extremely active down here, and I don't believe a lot of those are really going to be affecting us. It's really going to be our development out here in the west, and you can see that we have, and so it might be a little lighter on your screens, but we have severe thunderstorm watches going all along this corridor here, and it looks like we have a new severe. Yeah, it's definitely handing off since they're merging together, because now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is effective for 39 minutes going into the Mineral Springs, Nashville, Blevins area. And this is half dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And so we're just going to kind of take a look real quick on velocity. Nothing impressive there as far as anything goes. This one still has me a little concerned because there is some rotation. It's just not entirely impressive anymore. And when I say impressive, I more mean like, you got nice form of rotation, you got strong gate to gate shear, you've got a clean green to red connection on your velocity scans. It's not it seems to be continually falling apart, and that's something that we want to see before it ends up coming into Arkansas. So we're going to just take a quick look. I'm going to zoom out here and just check out our old friend over here in Clarendon and Stuttgart. Yeah, we can definitely see that this hail has reduced, and it looks like they just shrunk that, and yes, they actually brought that down below considerable. So we're looking at ping pong ball size hail, 1.5 inches. Don't mind me, I am exhausted. We've been going nonstop all week, and I did all this morning, and now I'm covering all this evening again. And so I'm looking forward to a break tomorrow. I think all of you are looking for a break. Look forward to a break as well, because I this severe weather back to back to back is can definitely be quite exhausting for me. It could be exhausting for our staff, and just big shout out to those guys. You guys have been amazing throughout all of this. I really appreciate y'all. You've definitely stepped up, and I the level of support that they provided as even a volunteer. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. Um, but so I'm gonna go back down here again and just kind of keep an eye on the latest scan. And a quick question from one of our staff asked if that was going to go north of Texarkana. And it seems like, I think because of the deconstructive convergence, I think that it may end up kind of trying to go north of Texarkana. So it may, yeah, I'll just check that. It may end up trying to go north of Texarkana. So we're just kind of watching it at this time. And for those of you just joining us, it was observed and on the ground and was considered a particularly dangerous situation. And now at this time, it's kind of recycling, and we're just kind of waiting to see if it can kind of get its act together, because I don't particularly think it well because of the simple fact that you had a lot of cells, and I'll quickly rewind this too. I'll kind of show you what kind of happened with this whole system. You can see that, we had a couple isolated supercells, and then they started merging, and then it just kind of became that one big blob. And that's what we call a deconstructive convergence. And we definitely want that when we have tornado, we have rotation inside one of those supercells. You want a deconstructive convergence, where it converges into each other, and it kind of deconstructs, its potential, its intensity, and that's because what happens is those cells try to rob from each other at that point. And when that happens, that could end up throwing the whole thing into chaos. And we went from destructive, what was it, 2.5 inch hail, I think it was, 2.5 inch hail, down to 1.75. But we ended up having an increase in our wind threat. Now, I always want to express to people, you need to take straight line winds very seriously. 70-mile-per-hour winds in a large area, especially with your trees, your your flooding that you've had. You've got like a very weak soil base. So when you get those big winds kind of pushing on, especially older trees, you end up having those trees actually uh, derooting themselves and potentially falling on cars, houses, power lines, what have you, so you definitely want to avoid being near exterior walls and windows with those uh, high winds, along with very flooded waters, flooded ground, because you don't want to be around a derooted tree when the wind ends up knocking it down, because it comes in extremely strong, and that's why we express why straight line winds are just as destructive as tornadoes in some regard, if not more, because it's a wider area. So we have a don't mind me, I ramble sometimes. Uh, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be coming in to your Winthrop, Horatio, Foreman, in Southwest Arkansas, and this is a pretty basic 1 inch, quarter size, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be a different cell coming in, and we can take a quick look at our velocity scans and try to see if anything of significance. I don't see anything of too significance with this one, so we'll keep an eye on this one as it comes in, because all of tonight we are definitely under threats, for all threats considered. Earlier today we had a rather strong cap that was, and I'll even draw it here for you. We had a rather strong cap all along Metro, all along, around Little Rock, and that kept a lot of there was a storm out here in Benton. It's now going towards Pine Bluff, and if that cap wasn't there, it had strong circular rotation. A staff member, Abby, she was able to capture that while on I-30, and if that cap wasn't in place, we might have gone live a lot earlier. So these caps can be our saving grace when it comes to these things, because we definitely don't want these storms to be able to gain an intensity and strengthen. So I'm gonna go over here real quick, kind of check up on these Clarendon, Stuttgart ones. Looks like the hail has continually dropped. We want that. Wind hasn't increased, so that's good. We'll go down here to the Pine Bluff area. 1 inch, quarter size, 60-mile-per-hour. So your basic severe thunderstorm warning at this time. And we're going to go ahead and do a quick velocity scan, just kind of double check. Looks like there's it's not impressive. It's probably just trying to form a new hail core at this time, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that, especially with where that's at. We'll keep an eye we'll keep an eye on that. We also have staff here that are Skywarn certified, and we also have our meteorologist Jeff Baskin, who helps us out in keeping an eye on things. So you guys can kind of keep an eye on the storm here in Stuttgart, uh, just until that passes out of the state. I'd appreciate y'all. But we're gonna go back down here and we're gonna check up on our uh, tornado warning. Looks like it looks like it is definitely struggling to stay in one place. So it is trying to hand itself off back and forth at this point. And I can see why. I definitely see why. I think they're going to drop that tornado warning. And if they do drop that tornado warning and they do not continue it, we're going to leave Facebook, but we'll still be on YouTube live continuous coverage. And that way you guys can kind of keep an eye on radar and, stay ahead of the storm. And if anything more ends up popping up, be it a possibly destructive storm, potential tornado possible, we'll continue to break in here. And so we're just kind of waiting out these next couple minutes, since this is an incredibly slow moving system. Excuse me. So we're just kind of waiting to see what the National Weather Service wants to do with this. Honestly, though, I'm going to be very honest with you folks. If this ends up the way that it looks right now, if they still end up dropping it, if you lived in Texarkana right now, considering it's now no longer going north of Texarkana and the path has it going straight through Texarkana, I would still consider being very watchful and very wary about this particular storm, because it has a history of dropping. It has a history of being destructive. It was marked a potentially dangerous situation. And I would just let it pass before you consider poking your head out windows and walls, because you also got 70-mile-per-hour winds with this particular storm. So you definitely want to consider avoiding your exterior walls and windows anyway with this particular storm, and kind of hanging out in your lower level of your apartment complex or your house, what have you. And if you're in a mobile home, I would consider maybe going to a local Walmart, or if they've got a shelter in your mobile home park, maybe consider just hanging out there until this passes. Because when a storm, like I said before, if a storm has a history of producing and dropping down, it could potentially cycle back up and drop down again. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on this. It looks like a scan here has decreased in the basically the how to put it. Basically, it's not as well formed as the previous scan. And if we go back just one, that had me a little concerned, but now it's starting to fall apart. So I do not think they will extend this tornado warning. They may, just out of an abundance of caution, and if they do, we'll continue to stay alive. But if not, we will definitely end up leaving Facebook and continuing back on our YouTube continuous live coverage. So, not to take away from this, but I just want to kind of zoom out here, kind of take a quick look at the state, see what we got going on at play. We got Nashville. You're definitely probably in several parts of Nashville, Mineral Springs, Cotton Shed, Ozanne. This area right here is definitely going to experience a hail. Looks like around 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to take a quick look at the velocity scans. Of course, it's not going to be Let's try to change the radar here. Nothing of significance. Nothing screaming concern. I will say though, based on this being radar gapped, I don't know right now, but I'm gonna keep an eye out on this cell. Let's go ahead and just for the record, let me. Okay, so it looks like storm in Stuttgart is lowering, and I wish I could make this easy to share with you all. Maybe I can do it this way. This might be a better example. I'm going to try to share with y'all where our capping is. Yeah, so you could see here, we've got a very strong cap in central Arkansas. It's just everywhere else we don't. Anything not yellow, red, or purple could easily be at risk of breaking. So if you're in central Arkansas, you're going to have more of a hail flooding potential right now. We don't know how long this cap is going to hold. As storms continue to move through, they could end up deteriorating that cap and eroding it. So you just kind of, because I noticed that the cap has fallen, it's definitely receded in the Hot Springs Village area. So we are witnessing the cap eroding on us as we go through the night, and we still have a rather long night ahead of us. It looks like this was the new severe thunderstorm warning. Take a quick look at that. Looks like it's got a bit of a hail core on this one. Coming into Daisy, Murfreesboro, it's just north of you, going towards Amity, and this particular storm is a 1-inch quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it's moving east at 35 miles per hour. I would say more east-northeast, but we'll go with that. And so Stuttgart, I was told that it is not as impressive. Yeah, I can definitely. Yeah, it's died down quite a bit. So I'm a lot less worried about this storm out here near Holly Grove, just east of Stuttgart, south of Clarendon, north of Elmira and DeWitt. And this particular storm will eventually try to make its way out of Arkansas. And we're going to zoom in over here. This one is 1-inch, 60 mile per hour, but yeah, I can see it's trying to make a little hail core down here. And you can kind of tell where little hail circles are. That usually helps kind of identify where your hail cores are. And however, it is trying to make a hook. So we're going to try to still kind of keep an eye on that. And hopefully that one won't give us much trouble. I'm not saying that there is potential for tornado here right now. I'm just saying we're going to keep an eye on it. It's not very impressive at all. But as storms move on, they're going to be moving into a lot of. I will pull this up real quick, show you what we're kind of working with in terms of instability. We have. So to basically kind of break it down here, so red is 400, yellow is 200, green is 100. Or I'm sorry, am I saying 100? 4,000, 2,000, 1,000. So down here, we're definitely looking at around 3,000 instability. Obviously, more is more unstable. And don't mind my cat jumping up on me, Loki. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms as they come through, and I don't think there is much of a cap. Yeah, so the more south this storm goes, south of Pine Bluff, the more we're going to keep an eye on it, because it's going to fall out of that capping. So we're definitely going to keep an eye out on that one. Let me check in with our staff here real quick. New meso discussion out. Looks like okay, so they looks like the National Weather Service is definitely concerned about southwest Arkansas at this time. Thank you, Heidi, for that. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on this. We're looking at, yes, Loki. Hi, how are you? Yes, you're cute. Okay, we're going to, excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. He gets excited. So we're going to look here. I think is that there has been some impressive development in this rotation here. So I believe they're probably going to extend this, and we're going to get our first tornado warning of the afternoon. I'm just waiting. Obviously, we have no control over the warnings or the watches, but with that latest mesoscale discussion, spirit threat is expected to increase with large hail, damaging winds, and an isolated tornado threat. A watch extension has been done. So it looks like they did extend those watches. It's almost there. Okay, so it looks like they have extended those watches. And so they are probably debating on issuing a tornado warning downstream towards Texarkana, and they just did that. Yep, they just did that. Okay, so we have our first tornado warning for Arkansas, and this is going to expire in 35 minutes. This is going to be going into Texarkana. We have no indication that this is on the ground, but train spotters are following behind it. So they have reported that it was on the ground before. So if you are in Texarkana, you are in the direct path of this storm. And we're going to go ahead and make a, let's see here. How fast are you going? You're still going east to 25 miles per hour. So we're going to make a direct path of this storm. We're going to make it due east because that's how it's kind of been going lately. So this is our impact times. Wake Village, 7:58. Texarkana, 8:15. Gertrude, 8:17. Genoa, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. 8:30 p.m. Okay, so we are definitely looking at the potential of rotation coming up above you. This is a radar indicated warning. This is not on the ground at this time, or at least reported to be on the ground at this time. But we're going to all treat this as the potential of being on the ground by taking our tornado precautions, move away from the exterior walls and windows, and go to the lowest level of your home. If you are in a mobile home, you need to consider evacuation. Maybe consider going to the nearest gas station or a nearest Walmart or grocery center that might be open still. And definitely seeking shelter at this time because this has been proven to be this is a storm that is capable of being on the ground, as it was on the ground about 30 minutes ago, and it's currently cycling. And National Weather Service believes that the rotation is impressive enough to continue to be a concern. I'm going to take a quick look at something here real quick. Give me just 1 minute. Let's see. Genoa. Okay, so I kind of almost pronounced it right. Thank you. I'm just kind of taking a quick look at comments. We don't normally do that anymore, but I just want to make sure. Yes, don't forget to keep your fur babies safe during storms. Definitely. I take my Loki anytime I need to escape or get out. So if you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning for Texarkana, and let's see here. We have somebody trying to break in, one of the staff. Looks like oh yes, there's definite rotation in one of these RDOT cameras facing west. I don't want to mess with my setup right now to try to bring up RDOT, but you can definitely see that there's definitely a wall cloud formation down in Texarkana. So we're gonna I need to quickly zoom out real quick, make sure there's nothing else going on. And let's see here. If you guys could kind of keep keep an eye out for any new storms that look kind of severe. Just let me know. But going into Texarkana, you guys need to be safe. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. We kind of gave you guys a heads up about 30 minutes ago, but now the time's here. And hold on one second. All right, so yeah, so just take your tornado precautions at this time, and you definitely want to stay away from exterior walls and windows, and be in the lowest level of your home. And if you are in an apartment complex, you can get into a stairwell. If it's not an exterior stairwell, if it's an internal stairwell, those have been proven to be very, very effective. If you can't, you can either evacuate or consider staying more towards the next unit. And if we can, oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's zoom out real quick and maybe try to take a quick look at this from a different angle. Yeah, so our rotation here is going to be, yeah, you can see the hook. You can see a hook clearly right there, and let me just kind of look at the base reflectivity. Let's do high res reflectivity and bring down our smoothing. Yeah, you can definitely see it's definitely coming straight into Texarkana. And we have no confirmation right now that this is on the ground. This is still radar indicated. And this has got hail of 0.75 inches. Although the severe thunderstorm warning has hail golf ball size, 1.75 inches. Rotation, latest rotation scan shows not as impressive rotation. So that is definite good news for Texarkana as this continues to go eastward. And we're going to zoom in here and just kind of get an idea of some of these roads here. 67, 93 down here, West 7th Street, South Lake Drive. You all need to be taking your tornado precautions if you are, especially if you are just to the east of 369 down here. You need to be taking tornado precautions immediately. This is going to be, I'm going to draw a quick, this is basically your area right now where this potential rotation is going to be. It's a little hard to draw a little more accurately considering this particular area is suffering some from radar gap. So we're just kind of drawing out like a broad area of where this would be considered, where it would be at this time. And I continue to get RDOT updates. There's a definite wall cloud, a definite wall cloud just to the west of Texarkana. So this could potentially produce at any moment, just like it did 30 minutes ago. It was a PDS. It was on the ground and observed by a trained weather spotter, and it was reported as lifting back up with the latest warnings. So we're just kind of we're treating this as the potential that it could drop at any point in time. So again, definitely get to the bottom level of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. And if you're in a situation where your house may not be as sturdy, you should definitely consider getting in a bathtub and putting some sheets, or maybe blankets, maybe even a mattress. You could use a mattress kind of covering over you in a bathtub if you have like a ceramic bathtub type deal. That would be ideal because you don't want to be in a situation where you could have debris. It could be destructive to your house. You could have debris falling in. But if you were in a secure bathtub with something covering over you, you would definitely protect yourself. Some people even recommend you buy helmets for severe weather, and that could seriously protect you from harm with that. And so right now, we're gonna kind of zoom in a little. You can see the potential rotation is going to be right there, just outside of the Arkansas border. It's going to be just out on 67 and 93. So if you are in that particular area, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. And we're going to zoom in here, kind of get a broad overview. Looks like there is potential lowering, and you can definitely see that it's getting a little bit of a broader rotation. So if you are anywhere near this particular area where I just circled, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you are just north or just south of this, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately, because it has been dancing. It has definitely been going back and forth. Excuse me, I'm kind of losing my voice here. Let me just take a quick sip. Okay. All right, so we're if you're just joining us, we are looking at a tornado warning coming into Texarkana in southwest Arkansas. And we can see here that this particular tornado warning has actually been on the ground before, about 35 minutes ago. And it cycled up, and it was originally a excuse me, PDS destructive tornado, and it's no longer the case. It is still radar indicated with a considerable damage threat, because it is definitely producing a high amount of wind along with this severe thunderstorm warning. So it's 70 mile per hour wind with golf ball size hail, and that is also direct rotation, going straight into Texarkana at this time. So if you are along the border right now in Texarkana, anywhere from Highway 82, 67, 82, in this particular area right now, West 3rd Street, 4th Street, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. You need to get to the lowest level of your house. You need to be away from your walls, exterior walls and windows. And if you have the time and you're not in the best of a structure, you need to consider evacuating immediately to a safe distance away from this in the opposite direction. So you need to be going east. I would not recommend particularly north, unless it's northeast. But you need to get out of the path of this storm. And at this time, it is still radar indicated. So we have no confirmation. Rotation and stuff that storm. Okay, so we have no indication that this is on the ground, but I don't want to take away from this tornado warning. I do want to quickly zoom in over here to our just east of Stuttgart real quick, because the staff had brought up some concern, and I can definitely see why. There's definitely broad rotation going on just north of DeWitt. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm not trying to take away from the tornado warning in Texarkana. We're just trying to do triage here, trying to make sure we're kind of covering all our bases. So at this time, we do have a broad rotation just north of DeWitt. It is not tornado warned, but I would consider, as we always like to do, try to keep you ahead of the storm. I would consider, if you are north of DeWitt, going towards Van, St. Charles, Horton Landing, Indian Bay, in this particular area, I would definitely consider taking potential tornado precautions, because that may end up producing. We've had a storm already that came over there and produced a tornado just as it crossed the border, and conditions are extremely favorable at this time to actually consider creating a tornado, and it is a rogue cell. Rogue cells have the best potential of creating a tornado. So if you are in that particular area, just north and east of DeWitt, you need to be considering taking your tornado precautions, paying attention closely to weather alerts, and we're going to continue. We're going to kind of keep an eye on that. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back in here real quick try to take a look at our rotation. Looks like it has started to move further into Texarkana. We continue to have a radar indicated tornado warning. This is not confirmed to be on the ground. This is not confirmed to be on the ground at all. So if you are on Highway 71, you need to already be taking your tornado precautions. If you are just east of Highway 71, you need to consider taking your tornado precautions immediately. This storm is a slow-moving storm. It is moving about 25 miles per hour to the east. So you definitely need to consider taking your tornado precautions ahead of time. It's giving you some time to do that. And we can see it's definitely going to be in or around East Street. If it does drop, it will be in or around East Street, Dudley Street. That would be Drawn Street, but mainly Dudley, mainly this particular region right here, 71, 196 over here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately and treat this as potentially capable of being on the ground, as it was originally on the ground about 45 minutes ago, just west of the Arkansas border. So you need to consider taking your tornado precautions, staying away from your exterior walls and windows to your lowest level of your house. And if you can, maybe consider being, if it's not so sturdy building, being in your bathtub, if it's a ceramic bathtub, putting sheets and blankets over you, and just kind of making sure that you and your family is safe from this particular threat here, because you end up in a situation where not only do you have a tornado threat, you also have high winds. However, the severe thunderstorm warning has downgraded in wind intensity, which is good, but that still doesn't necessarily bode as well, because we have a massive amount of flooding going on throughout the state. So at any point in time, your potential threat could be the uprooting of trees, large branches that may have been damaged earlier, considering breaking. So you definitely need to keep that in mind, that it's not just a tornadic threat at your doorstep. You also have the threat of wind damage, which can be widespread and could definitely affect a wide enough area to be a lot of damage. So we're going to go ahead and zoom out real quick. And actually, we're going to zoom in real quick and kind of give you a quick idea on where the potential rotation, like this is considered very broad rotation at this time. It's not extremely impressive, but this would be just to the west of I-49. And it looks like they have just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, and this is going to be for south central Hempstead, northern Miller, and north central Lafayette. So it is now tornado possible in this particular area. So this is giving you guys a big heads up in this area that it is tornado possible, and you need to treat that as a tornado warning light. You need to treat that as the potential is there to produce a tornado, and it is a wide enough area that it kind of gives you some leeway in terms of knowing where the potential threat could be. And I wonder if this storm could actually, it has the potential of handing off. That could be the main reason why they went so broad with that. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and zoom in real quick. It looks like the rotation has diminished quite a bit, but it is still tornado warned and is still radar indicated. So if you are just to the east of I-49, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. This will include Lakewood Estates, Gertrude, Rondo, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, you need to be taking tornado precautions as well because it could move. Anything along this highway 82, 237, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house. Stay away from exterior walls and windows. I'm looking in our staff. Looks like there is quite a bit of noise going on in Southwest Arkansas right now. So you guys have some serious storms going on in Southwest Arkansas at this time. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on that. But however, I don't want to take away from that. I just kind of want to double check here for our folks and friends out over here, because we mentioned we were kind of concerned about this. I continue to have a growing concern just east of DeWitt. I'm curious to see what the National Weather Service will do with that. There's some indication of rotation, and there's along with a extreme high amount of flash flooding in this particular area. And let's see here. Let me go back to a high-res reflectivity. Yeah. So basically, what's happening right now is a lot of cells are merging together, and some are trying to become more dominant than others. Some parts are becoming more dominant, and another part of that is you're having a lot of other cells kind of steal from the other cells, kind of taking away their power, and that is playing a factor in reducing your tornadic threat here in Texarkana. Okay, latest scan indicates that there's still a potential, be it a very low rotation potential. Again, this is not on the ground. This is radar indicated. And we have seen over the last few scans that this has not been extremely impressive in terms of structure. So we are seeing a reduction in rotation in the velocity. So this is really good news. But your threat, the area right now is going to be in the Rondo, Lakewood Estates, Highway 237, just east of Interstate 49. This is going to be in this particular area right here. I'm going to zoom in real quick. We're going to look at Tennessee Road here. If you're on Tennessee Road, you're going to be taking your tornado precautions. East 9th Street. Like I said, Highway 82. So Lakewood Estates, you guys should be in your be taking your tornado precautions immediately, just in case this decides to drop down. But as I said, I'm not particularly impressed with this rotation. It appears to be weakening some. So I'm going to be curious to see what they do. I do agree with the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, simply because these cells have been handing off one another, kind of going back and forth with the potential threat. And it looks like up here, not to take away from this tornado warning at all, guys. It's just the threat is lessening. I just want to bounce real quick over to near Amity. I want to take a look at some of the any type of rotation indicators here. Let's try to get a better. Oh, okay. So we turn around for 1 second, and lo and behold, we've got another tornado warning knocking down our door directly towards Fort Smith. So just towards the west of Fort Smith, you have a radar indicated tornado. You can see it's rather impressive rotation right now, actually. Excuse me, my nose is itching. Yeah, that's actually it's rather impressive rotation. So we need to keep an eye on that as we go along the next 30 minutes or so. This is probably going to turn into a situation where I'm probably going to be live on Facebook for several hours. I'm no stranger to that, I'll tell you that much. But so we're gonna look back down here real quick, and it's extremely unimpressive. I'm gonna try to change my views here, but the rotation has greatly diminished, and I believe they are probably going to drop that tornado warning. It looks like they want to kind of continue it out just in case. And if there's going to be a rotation, it was going to be let me actually I'll just kind of draw broad. It's going to be just outside your Lakewood Estates. This particular area right here. And the reason why I drew it so broadly is because this storm has the potential to dance. It's going, it's been kind of moving back and forth because it's had a lot of deconstructive convergence, meaning that it's kind of going back and forth through multiple cells. Now the latest scan is even more unimpressive. I believe that the rotation is about gone. But I want you all, as long as that tornado warning polygon is there, I want you to treat it as the potential threat of that tornado and take your tornado precautions. Because at any point in time, it could redevelop anywhere else. And it could actually increase in rotation at any point in time. So don't let your guard down. I'm trying to ease some anxiety here by also kind of stressing don't let your guard down, because you never want to let your guard down when it comes to a tornado warning, especially one that has produced and been on the ground not more than 45 minutes to an hour ago. So do not let your guard down. If there is going to be any potential dropping, and I'm going to highlight that here, it's going to be somewhere just around Lakewood Estates, around Highway 82, and I mean I'd rather draw that out a little more broadly, but see, between radar gap issues and the unimpressiveness of this rotation, it's kind of getting harder to really pinpoint exactly where it would really drop, if it would even consider dropping. But again, don't let your guard down. Now, I want to go back, not to take away from anything, I want to go back to our other storms here, because I have a great deal of concern about some of these other storms, especially the tornado warning that is just outside of Fort Smith. This is still radar indicated, okay? This is just west of Fort Smith. This is radar indicated, okay? And it is just to the west of Marble City. And if we pull this up, unimpressive hail size, and it is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So these are very slow moving storms. Sloth level, slow moving storms, to say the least. So I would not exactly, I would definitely consider taking your tornado precautions as it gets closer. But as of right now, you kind of got a little breathing room, so you got plenty of time to prepare. Plenty of time to prepare. I'm just taking a look real quick. Across the state and kind of get a feel for how everything's going. It looks like this particular rotation over here has diminished some. I am not going to get the best view because, again, we deal with radar gaps all the time, and that is just the nature of the beast. I mean, I would still be wary. Let's see if they marked. Okay, they did. Yes, that's why you should be wary, because they definitely downstream marked this tornado possible. So yes, definitely be wary then, because this is now marked tornado possible. So this is going to be going for southern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas and central. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi. I'm not very well versed in Mississippi pronunciation counties. So, but main thing is Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, and this is going to go for 51 minutes now. This is tornado possible. This is 2-inch lime-size hail with 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is damage threat considerable tag, and we can see the rotation here. This is just to the south of St. Charles. There is, I can't quite tell. There's very interesting rotational markers here. So, I would be definitely concerned in this particular area right here. And this is going to go for your Ethel Horton's Landing area. I would consider actually treating this as a potential threat. I would consider treating this area as a potential threat, and I would consider taking your tornado precautions and staying away from exterior walls and windows and getting to the lowest level of your home, because this could produce a tornado warning at any point in time. Because downstream here, like I was concerned about, tornado possible. So this could produce a tornado even within a non-tornado possible warning. They're just kind of giving folks a heads up ahead of this storm here. And I'm trying to get, there is some concern for, just what? Okay, so apparently we're experiencing high level winds out in the Hope and Perrytown area. There is no warning, and apparently there's extremely strong winds. So I do want to express that if you're in Hope area, definitely be safe. And let's go back here to this tornado warning that I think is about to expire, because the rotation is just largely unimpressive, completely unimpressive, and I think they're gonna let that expire. And if there was to be anything, this would be right outside of Texarkana, just to North Highway 82. Looks like to be going just to the south of Dooley, in between 82 and 296. I think that's largely open fields area. But this whole area right here is now marked tornado possible. And latest scan rotation does have me a little concerned. There is growing velocity, so we probably need to keep an eye on that. That is just outside your tornado polygon area, so I imagine they're just going to let this tornado warning polygon area expire naturally. So if you are in the tornado warning polygon area, let me double check here. You are almost completely out of this threat if you are in the tornado warning polygon area. Your new threat potential is going to go for this entire area, all the way from Garland, not county, Garland, the city, Boyd Hill, Hervey, Homan, Clear Junction, Dooley, Artex, McKinney, Genoa. This whole area is marked tornado possible. So keep your eyes on that area. We're going to let that tornado warning expire. I do not believe it is going to produce in that tornado polygon area, but we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm coming back here to Fort Smith area. Just to the northwest of Fort Smith. It looks like there's still somewhat impressive rotation. Not as impressive as I saw earlier, but it looks like it could be cycling, and it looks like it's still radar indicated. Let's see. So as far as like storms getting worse or better, I'm gonna try to let me see what this question is real quick. Let's see here. Not to take away from anything. It looks like there's questions about where these storms could get worse in Arkansas and where these storms could not. Checking this new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to pull up here the Hold on one second to pull up the surface base thin. So this is the area right here that's under quite a amount of cap. This area right here is under a lot of capping strength. So if you're Central Arkansas right now, you're going to be sitting pretty for a little bit. And let's see how long. It's going to be, well, you may get away with not seeing much at all, but you know, there's always that potential of it falling apart. And we don't want to rely too heavily on models right now, especially with the unreliability that they've had. So we're not going to rely too much on that. We're just going to rely on the first hour. Let's go back here to our tornado possible. Okay, so we do have an increase in rotation down here. In our tornado possible. It's not very impressive. It is not very impressive. There is some slight rotation going on right there, and that's going to be just north of Highway 82. At this time, let me zoom out of here, kind of keep an eye on these other storms since we no longer have a tornado warning in Arkansas, just a tornado possible. Tornado possible down there just east of Texarkana. And I'm going to zoom in real quick down here and look at the reflectivity. And you can see that the intensity of that storm has definitely diminished. And I'll show you what it looked like before. See, it was a lot stronger back then, and a lot of the storms kind of like robbed them. A lot of storms, looks like the north is kind of robbing the strength of that, and that would explain why you have a giant hail core going just to right in Amity, just to the west of Caddo Valley in Arkadelphia at this time. And those particular storms are going to be moving east-northeast-ish. Yeah, these storms are bouncing all over the place, to be honest with you. They'll go north, and then they'll go east, and then they'll go south. So don't count on that particular direction right now, because we also have this giant front moving in. And we're going to zoom up here for our folks in Fort Smith area, and we're going to take a quick look at this. There is rotation. I'm unsure if it's going to be able to kind of hold it together by the time it reaches Fort Smith. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But as of right now, the only thing that we have in play that is of concern in Arkansas are these two tornado possible areas. And I'm going to quickly zoom over here, kind of take a look at this rotation. I do see a very broad rotation potential popping up over here. It's just we're hitting two different radar zones here. We're hitting Memphis, and then we go over here, we hit Little Rock. So we're kind of in that radar gap over here, and so I wanna keep an eye from Little Rock at this time on these rotations as they kind of transfer and send off over to Memphis, because if we pull up Memphis, we're not gonna get very much out of this. So yeah, at this time we're kind of just monitoring. This is a tornado possible for Elaine, Ratio, Catron, Reese Landing, Fair Landing, Melwood. This is Phillips County, and this is tornado possible. So you need to treat this as there is a potential at any point in time for a spin-up rotation within this particular severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely take that seriously. Let's see. And we're gonna, not to take away from the tornado possible ones, but I want to just kind of take a brief look. I don't know why there's high winds and hope without a warning. I can't answer that for our staff members. Let's see. Are we getting more or worse storms, or are we better at seeing them with radar? I'm not sure what that question means. I'm sorry. So I don't know. Well, we're definitely not done tonight. Oh, we're good. We just barely started tonight. So, our threat is inbound as we speak, and it will be for several hours. Um, let's see here. Yeah, this one's just a basic thunderstorm up here in Fayetteville. We're continuing to watch this tornado warning to the northwest of Fort Smith, and this is going to be in Marble City, up here in Oklahoma. So this is Marble City, Sallisaw. There's still decent enough rotation potential. It's not really kind of wanting to really get its act together, but it is in a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is just to the west of Arkansas, and this is to the northwest of Fort Smith. So, we're going to continue to keep an eye on that as we continue to go into the night. Yeah, I don't see much else really screaming immediate concern. You got a couple, got damage threat considerable, 2-inch lime size still with that tornado possible. And this one is just your basics one. This one coming into Hot Springs area is marked considerable. That direction is probably going to take it. It might clip Hot Springs, actually. That hail core, it might clip it. Yeah, it might clip it just barely. It depends on if it wants to start going more east or not. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Let's take a quick look for our folks down here in southwest Arkansas. We can definitely see an increase in rotation again. So, that was definitely smart to mark that severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that as tornado possible. So we basically just need to kind of keep an eye on this and see if it ends up producing anything. So folks, if you're in Beck, Boyd Hill, even Piney Grove and Midway and Old Town, like if you're ahead of this, just kind of prep a little bit. Just we're gonna keep you ahead of the storm here by giving you a heads up that we've got some potential down here, and it's still possible to get stronger, broader, more organized rotation, and it could definitely impact ahead downstream as it develops. It's a very slow moving storm. It's going about 25 miles per hour, so we gotta kind of walk along with the turtle here and wait for development. So we're gonna go ahead and zoom out over here, and we're gonna go back to our Fort Smith one. It's it's kind of burning itself out a little bit. So I'm not that worried about this one. This tornado warning that was barreling towards Fort Smith. I'm not as worried about it, but we're gonna definitely keep an eye on it because it could strengthen back up pretty quickly. It does have a decent amount of rotation. It's just not. Yeah, well, that latest scan does seem to be tightening up, so I guess we're gonna continue to watch it because it's kind of back and forth all day, and I think a lot of that has to do with your lapse rates. your low level lapse rates are kind of low. You got higher level, low level lapse. Say that 5 times fast. You got higher low level lapse rates the west you go. The more east you go, our lapse rates lower in the lower level. However, our mid-level lapse rates are much more favorable for developing, getting that intensity up for rotation, your mid-level rotation. And so if you get a good, decent enough mid-level rotation going on, you could break down into even a really bad low-level lapse rate environment, and you could produce a tornado. So that threat is always there if it's strong enough. And it looks like they just upgraded that severe thunderstorm warning even before. It looks like they upgraded to a tornado possible. So they've been definitely concerned about this rotation down here near DeWitt in a lane along with me. And so we're going to kind of keep an eye on that as the night goes on. These are really slow moving storms, folks. This one's moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. So about 5 miles faster than the rest of these storms right now. We're going to kind of check out Hot Springs area real quick since we don't have any really discernible rotation that I'm like extremely concerned about. Yeah, I don't see much in the way for Hot Springs, so not having tornado possible, that seems about right. Come back down here in our tornado possible for Texarkana area. It hasn't gotten any more impressive. This particular rotation right here has not gotten any more impressive than it was last few scans. So it might not be able to get its act together. And that's good news for everyone. Definitely. Let's take a look up here. How are we doing up here? Okay, that's still good. Yeah, it's kind of falling apart again. So this one right here, this tornado warning that's just to the northwest of Fort Smith, not as impressive again. And it keeps going back and forth. So we're just kind of playing yo-yo, going up and down in terms of threat. Let's see. Can't see much from that radar still. And see, this is what's bad about radar gaps, is because it makes it really hard to see a clearly defined rotation. And it gets really hard. If there was going to be any potential tornado warning, it could either be in this area. It could be in, well, no, actually that wouldn't. That'd mainly be particularly in this particular area. That'd be the best place for it. So let's actually bring up our high-res reflectivity real quick. Yeah, definitely 100% right there. And it looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning while we were playing with our markers, tornado possible. And so this storm is now deciding to go southeast. Well, where are you going? Southeast, 25 miles per hour. Okay, so this is for Desha and Arkansas, northeastern Desha, and east central Arkansas County. And this is going to be for your southeastern Arkansas. And this is tornado possible. So, we're talking our folks here in Snow Lake, Stimson, Deerfield, Larays, Ferguson Landing, Crum Rod. We have very interesting names, Arkansas, I swear. Sessions Landing, Francis, Round Lake area. This is all coming down now. It has decided to change direction and come southeast instead of going east. So we just had, like I said, these storms dance, folks. Like, if you think you're not in the path, just wait a minute at this point. So it looks like there is definitely more development in rotation potential Next scan does have me a little concerned, so we're gonna keep a close eye on this one. And if we're gonna have anything, it's gonna be in this particular area right here. That's you got your hail core, and you got your southwestern threat, and we can try to match that up here. So yeah, it's gonna be right in here if it starts producing. So we're gonna basically kind of keep an eye on that and see if that ends up producing anything. Right now, it's all tornado possible. All of these are tornado possible. This is a lime-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, considerable damage threat. That they just dropped that one. That's a good call on that one. This one's 1 inch. 1 inch, 60-mile-per-hour tornado possible. So these are all tornado possible. You don't let your guard down. If you are in Phillips, Desha, or Arkansas County, do not let your guard down. We're going to come back to that because we've got several other things going on in the state. Got high amounts of hail, although this one has been degraded some. Let's see here. Let's try to view this in a different way. Nothing entirely impressive in terms of rotation near Hot Springs. Let's take a quick look for Little Rock. For our Little Rock folks, that cap's holding pretty good. England's got a little bit. I imagine this is going to go. It's going to probably go severe thunderstorm warning here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Texarkana with our tornado possible down here. Let's take a look at that. See if that rotation. Yeah, see, this rotation definitely does not look. It looks like it's falling apart in the last. Yeah, it's falling apart some. Other than oh look, I guess it decided to beat 10 minutes and just pop up anyway. So and then over here, that's outside of Arkansas. We ain't gonna worry about that. Got enough to worry about. Let's see here. How's the rotation here? Yeah, I'm not impressed at all anymore with the Portsmouth. Portsmouth. I wouldn't worry too much unless that rotation starts building back up. So it's not very impressive at all. Kind of just. Is there another storm? Oh, it must have had a cell convergence. It did. That's why it's robbing from it. So that's good news for Portsmouth. You're having two cells converge, and it's a deconstructive. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, folks. Let that kind of work itself out and see if it ends up becoming constructive. And they dropped a tornado warning. There you go. All right. See, we're getting some good news, Arkansas. This is good news. Okay, we're gonna take this good news because we need it. It's been one of those weeks. Okay, so what do we got going on here? There's a new severe thunderstorm warning going into Stuttgart, England, Humphrey. Standard 1 inch, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we don't need to worry too much about that. Just kind of make sure you go inside. I am going to check velocity real quick, see if there's anything, a little tiny hail core forming right there. Yeah, it's a little baby hail core. Yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on it. It looks like it is increasing in hail size. So that's because it's getting out of your cap, which is in, you kind of have just this magic shield all around Little Rock right now. So if you're in Little Rock, you're kind of sitting pretty. You're going to get a nice lightning show, flooding, maybe some hail. But anything that comes out of that little circle, it's going to go severe thunderstorm warning. And that is why we have severe thunderstorm warnings, or severe thunderstorm watches to the west of Little Rock and to the east of Little Rock. Notice how we don't have any severe thunderstorm watches in here. That's because it is capped. Okay, it is capped. And the cap is eroding here in Hot Springs. I wonder if they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm watch a little later on down the road tonight. They may not. It just all depends on how things go. But yeah, so we're just gonna go ahead and kind of keep an eye on our. We still have a couple of these tornado possibles out here, especially with that considerable considerable lime size hail, considerable damage threat. So this is 60 mile per hour winds, however, so it's not it's not so much a wind threat as it's a hail threat, and lime size hail is pretty damaging. You're definitely going to walk out of there with dents in your car, and you could even have a couple cracks in your windshield. So we're keeping an eye on that. I'm going to go back down here real quick and look at our previously tornado warned, now tornado possible rotation. Not impressive. So let's go back over here at Fort Smith, which was previously tornado warned, still under tornado possible, 2-inch, 70 mile per hour, damage threat considerable tag. So they are kind of keeping an eye on it for us and kind of making sure that if it decides to get impressive again, you know, it will produce another tornado warning down the line. But right now the rotation's just not there. So Fort Smith, you can kind of take a sigh of relief there. I'm not extremely worried about that for the foreseeable future because it's nothing impressive. Yeah, I'm running out of places to really talk about it than the fact that Hot Springs, I would think you would have 1.5 inch hail coming towards you, not 1 inch. But you know, obviously we don't control that. I would just kind of keep an eye out for that hail core. I think it's gonna run south along Highway 7. It's gonna avoid most of downtown Hot Springs. We got damage reports. What is that? 63 miles per hour in Stuttgart Municipal in Prairie County. Okay. So yeah, they had measurable winds there. If I remember correctly, they had a 70 mile per hour, maybe. I don't remember exactly. But let's take a look real quick on. This is not tornado possible, by the way. It's just you're gonna see some rotation for hail core developments. You don't freak out about that. I'm gonna go back to Perez velocity. By the way, I am ignoring, not that I'm ignoring comments. It's just I am focused completely on multiple threats. So if you are asking me questions, you're trying to talk to me, or you're complaining about me, I'm not seeing you. So, you know, I am gonna start looking here again at YouTube. Yeah, yeah, everything is constantly changing up, Mickey. It is. It definitely is. Yeah, we could risk a cap falling apart here in Little Rock area as we get closer tonight. But then we have a new cap that kind of builds back up. Yes, there is a lot going on. I appreciate you, Brianna Collins here in YouTube. Thank you, Ronald. I appreciate you. Don't worry about us. Well, I worry about you. That's why I'm actually here. But I know what you mean. But yes, I definitely worry about Arkansas. That's why I pour my heart and soul into keeping you guys safe here in the even in the background when you don't see me, you just see Cameron. I'm doing everything I can to try to keep you guys safe here because I do care a great deal about our communities, and I just want everyone to be as informed as possible. Is Little Rock going to be okay? I don't know. Everything in Arkansas is in a threat. At this time, Little Rock's okay. That can change. Well, I don't. We never tell anybody when they can go to bed. Just FYI. So, We do say that we give conditional all clears and stuff. So we're just gonna kind of zoom out. We're gonna take a breath. We're gonna take a breath. We're gonna take a breath. We're gonna kind of take this all in, kind of examine what we got going on here. So Fort Smith, that severe thunderstorm warning that was tornado possible has dropped and converted down to a special weather state. Fort Smith, take a deep breath. You're good. Texarkana, your threat's gone. For now, you're good. It all depends on if something else wants to develop after that. We'll see. Hot Springs, south of Hot Springs, you have a hail core coming at you, and it's between 1 and 1.5 inch hail. National Weather Service wants to keep it at 1, so don't worry too much about that. And let's see here. Stuttgart area, you got this rogue cell. Nothing impressive with that. Stuttgart, you can take a deep breath. You're good. This threat down here, that is tornado possible. That is over here near Ferguson Landing, Ray, Snow Lake. Things are kind of falling apart with that. Not as well. I mean, it's not impressive. It's just not organized. So you guys got that going for you. Pine Bluff. How's Pine Bluff doing? Let's take a look at Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff, you're doing great. Looks like you had some hail. 1-inch hail reported earlier today when that one storm came through. See, you got anything coming at you right now? No, maybe some showers. We'll see. Let's see. And Stone County, I'm ready to go for my pets and myself tonight. Yeah, so that there is a line of storms coming in. If you're in Mountain View, you will eventually be affected by this line, this boundary coming in. As far as timing of threat and significance of what you'll see, I can't predict that. All I can say is always be weather aware, always have your alerts on, always be prepared for whatever, especially on a night that we've got all threats on the table. You just kind of want to be prepared regardless. I always have a bug out bag. I always grab my medicine, my birth certificates, my wife's birth certificates, all, everything that it's really hard to replace, we just grab it, put it in a bug out bag, change of clothes, we have a weather radio. We do all that, and if we need to leave, we need to leave, we've got a storm shelter we can go to, so it's not that bad. We've never been in a situation where, we've really, really risked having a tornado upon us. So we've been lucky, knock on carbon fiber or whatever kind of desk I have. All of our threats are about to fall off on the point of us dropping off of Facebook here, because I'm seeing things calming down for a minute. That doesn't mean things are going to calm down all night. I'm just seeing things kind of taking a breather, because we're approaching nighttime. So things kind of shift a little bit. And some of these storms are struggling to kind of get through that cap. Like the one in Hot Springs, the more north it goes, the more it's going to experience that cap. So it's going to get weaker. We can take a quick look at that cap if you guys want. Let's see. Yeah, so here's our cap. Anything in reds and purples and oranges, you guys are pretty good. So as you can see, Hot Springs, this storm coming in, it's gonna pretty much, if it was a boat, it would end up being slamming onto a beach, and it would lose all its water underneath itself, access to its water. So it's going to end up beaching itself because it's running into a huge cap. So you're looking pretty good there. So let's take a look at. I can see why they mark these as tornado possibles over here, simply because of the fact that you have no cap. And then it looks like there's new severe thunderstorm warning issued ahead of that tornado possible one, and they dropped the tornado possible threat. That is good news. Now, it is in an area that has very low cap, because anything green or empty, that is very low cap. Now I wonder what kind of instability we got going on down here. We have an extremely high amount of instability. So down here in southern Arkansas, I would definitely, definitely continue to remain weather aware. As you can see in Little Rock, we have a very low instability. It's not considered like, completely weak, but it's just lower than the average in the state right now. Northeastern Arkansas, excuse me, northeastern Arkansas, you're pretty low up here, but you are definitely increasing in the 2000 instability. So, that definitely implies that you could have some potential for some unstable developments over here in western Arkansas near Fort Smith. That's why we're kind of keeping an eye on this particular storm. But overall, let me check your cap over here. You've got no cap. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on this for you, Arkansas. We're gonna keep an eye on Fort Smith. How's this rotation? You can actually see it swirling. You can see it swirling. So you've definitely got that. You've got that constructive. Deconstructive convergence that just happened with these two cells that merged. You can see that they merged into one another, and they're just kind of robbing back and forth, and so it's kind of collapsing the whole thing. So that's a wonderful thing. You want that. You definitely want that. Up here for Springdale, Elm Springs, Fayetteville area, looks like you've got some storms up here, quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and you got your special weather statement up here in Rogers area. So that it's rather unimpressive in terms of severity. Not really seeing much. Not really worried about that one. And let's go back to our Hot Springs area, folks. Hot Springs area, hail core's collapsing because it's running into the cap. Like I said, it's like a boat. It's on the water and drives right up to the beach, and kind of stalls out because it ain't got any water to go forward. So, yeah, it's going to be very loud. It's going to be very loud. There's a lot of lightning. I don't know if you see these little plus signs here, but the more yellow it is, the more in count and intensity it is. So if it's yellow, it means it's hit several times in that particular area, and it's just kind of an intense strikes, and they're all over the place. So Kettle Valley, Arkadelphia, Hot Springs area, you guys are looking at a lot of lightning. This is a big lightning show right now. Down here over in east of Texarkana, look at that. What was once a thriving tornado, it was PDS, fell into nothing. And that makes me wonder if the state is experiencing a change in our lapse rates. I wonder. Let's find out together. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see here. Where is our low-level lapse rates? Oh, right. I won't be able to do it on this one. That's okay. Or am I able to do it on this one? I guess not. Okay, never mind. But let's also take a quick look at our bulk shear here. Now, our bulk shear is what basically provides the it's the person pulling the mower, the lawnmower, pulling the cord to start it, for a tornado threat. And you can definitely see in Texarkana we had a, let's bring that to 9 o'clock. Yeah, yeah. So you can definitely see that bulk shear kind of moved onward with that tornado possible, so that's why they were concerned about it. You want 30, you want about 30 and above. And so we're not seeing that except for around here, around northeastern Arkansas. Somebody was asking about how Pine Bluff is going to be tonight. Honestly, we're just kind of waiting for all this to kind of move through. All threats are on play. We're waiting on storms to kind of move through here. And okay. By the way, we're going to be live until all the tornado possibles are gone, or it looks like it's going to be out of here before they expire. And this one, if it ends up doing anything, I don't see it. I really don't see it. But watch, if I drop Facebook Live and it ends up going tornado warning, and we'll be right back. So just gonna give that about 10 more minutes. Everything's dropping down in intensity as we speak. Bulk shear's not impressive now. Yeah, Hot Springs has kind of gotten a cap. It's not an impressive cap, but it's a cap nonetheless. And that's why your hail kind of dropped down. So we're going to zoom back out again. Just going to kind of take a broad look at what we got going on in the state. Still got that flood warning. Is that a registration of 4-inch hail? I knew it. Yeah. Wow. Softball size hail in Slovak, Arkansas, in Prairie County. 4-inch hail. That's incredible. That is definitely a car ender. We've had a member of our staff lose a car to what we call gorilla hail, and it's very unfortunate. I hope majority of you folks were able to get that, get your cars into safety and get yourself into safety. I hope nobody has been injured in that. So basically, we're kind of looking right now. I'm not seeing anything much more impressive. In fact, I actually may call it on the Facebook Live until something starts getting serious again. We will continue to be live on YouTube, but we only break in on Facebook when there's something of significance. And looks like things have kind of calmed down for right now. We're going to continue to monitor throughout the night, and we'll break live the second. Where was that 4-inch hail at? That 4-inch hail was in Slovak, Arkansas. And I'm going to zoom in real quick. It's going to be just north of Stuttgart and just south of Hazen. And yes, our cap in Little Rock is still good. Cap in Little Rock is still good. We're going to have some shift and changes in the cap, so we're going to continue to kind of monitor that, but we'll get back to you on severe weather potential on that. So everything seems to be calming down. I'm going to go ahead and end the Facebook live stream because I just dropped the tornado potential possible. And this is moving out of Arkansas. This is no longer going to affect much of a populated area. The only thing that could possibly affect is Snow Lake and Lacona, but it's not. The rotation's just kind of falling apart. It was trying to get its act together, but by the time it even can do anything, it's going to be already out of Arkansas. So, just kind of take a breath, just kind of gather your thoughts, keep your phones charged, your tablets, You know, anything that's chargeable, rechargeable, guys need to keep your things charged up. We got 6,500 without power. And yeah. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and end our Facebook live stream for right now. Like I said, I'll break back in. Something extremely important goes on. In the meantime, we're going to be live. We're going to be live continuous radar coverage on YouTube. So with that said, thank you guys for following us, and we do definitely appreciate y'all, and we'll continue to keep you updated right here on your source for all things Arkansas weather. All right. Good evening, Arkansas. This is Executive Director Rich. Just give me a second. Let me make sure we are live on all ends here. Do looks like we are. All right. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm about losing my voice. It's been a long night. So, we are here because we are examining a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning down here in southeast Arkansas. Um, so we're going to go ahead and try to zoom in a little bit here. As we can see in velocity scans, the last several scans have definitely given me some concern for the potential here. Now, keep in mind, we are in a rather large radar gap. So because of the uncertainty, I wanted to go live ahead of this for the simple fact of, we battle all the time with these radar gap storms, and we just rather be safe than sorry. So this is going to be for our folks over here in Hamburg, Portland, Crosset, Parkdale, and Wilmot. And if we are to zoom in here, we will see where our area of rotation could potentially become if this goes tornado warn. So this is going to be in the general area here. And let me go and look at something real quick. Let me check to see something here because since this is radar gapped, it's really hard. So I'm trying to look at other products here while I have this on the screen. Yeah, okay. So the area of rotation is not as impressive as it was when I decided to hit the live button. That's usually how that goes. So we're just going to be here rather safe than sorry because we had a situation uh, this morning actually about 3 o'clock in the Queen area where a actual tornado sat down and it wasn't even warned. So we just want to be very careful here and make sure that people are informed. So if you know anybody, which is going to be inside so this whole severe thunderstorm warning covers Chico, Ashley, uh, and then of course the rest is in Louisiana. But if you know anybody in this particular area, this particular path, which I'm going to go ahead and animate and draw out. So as we can see, this particular rotation is kind of making its way in this direction here. So this is our biggest area of concern at this time. If there were to be a tornado warning, I just want to make this very clear. It's not even tornado warning. This is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So it's not tornado warning. It's definitely not considered, it's all radar indicated right now. So we're not saying that there is a tornado. We're saying that there is a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued by the National Weather Service that is tornado possible. And with the severe thunderstorm warning, it is 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we were hoping that today, about a couple hours ago, we were hoping this was the end of most of the severe threat, but I don't think we got that lucky. Um, and let me check something real quick and see if we've got anybody who, no, we don't have many eyes down in southeast Arkansas. Um, so while that is going, I just want to make it clear this is definitely going to be within the Hamburg area. This is going to be near Highway 82, Highway 8. Um, and let's see if we can get a couple others. Yeah, we'll just zoom in a little bit more. So this is going to be for the community of Hamburg, Martinville. Wallace. So that's going to be 425, Highway 425, and 82, as well as 8 in this particular area, in this path. Yep, it does become tornado warned. Now, I don't want to take away from you folks down here, but I want to quickly go outward and check up on something real quick up here. There was a tornado warning that was issued for Donovan up in the northeastern part, just north of Corning here, and I want to make sure that this isn't going tornado possible. No, it's not. Okay. I just wanted to double check that because if we did, then we'd have two things on the board that would not be very good because having to juggle both of those at the same time is obviously pretty annoying. So we're gonna go ahead and put this in motion here and continue to watch it. Rotation's not as impressive as it once was, so I am just gonna kind of let this play out, let this go through, and I think it's moving it's moving east at 60 miles per hour. So it will actually move through southeastern Arkansas rather quickly. I'm going to bring up the high-res reflectivity here. I just realized that this is at the bottom corner. I was using a different screen. I apologize. Let me make sure this is more centered for you. There we go. Yeah, so you can see that the rotation here it's not as impressive as it was about 7 scans ago. If we go back, we can see around this time, this is when we decided to go live, just in case, and you can see that it was actually producing quite a bit of gate to gate type shear and trying to make a rotation within that area, but then it started to fall apart as it comes through. And I am willing to bet it could have something to do with our cap. And if I pull this up over here, let me see. Let's pull up our capping. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I definitely think got some capping down here. So I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Let me zoom in, and then we're gonna switch over to our other radar system. And if you look, we can see that we've got quite a bit of capping um, around here between 36 and 54, which is actually decent for a weak low level rotation to kind of starve it, kind of cut it off. So I'm not exactly worried about the potential now as we're kind of moving forward through the scans and seeing the uh, decline of this particular rotation. It may not be able to break the cap down here. So we're going to go ahead and pull up some things real quick. Let's see here. Yeah, latest scans show it to be completely broadening out, and it is definitely nowhere near as impressive as it was. And we try to do this. We try to err on the side of safety because we would rather go live and it not produce anything than us being late in warning you guys. So we don't want anybody to think that we're calling wolf or anything, or that we're, you know, trying to make anything up. This was a legitimate concern the National Weather Service felt, tornado possible. Otherwise, they would not put that tag on this particular storm. And when that happens, it's usually It's usually the current forecaster's call here at Arkansas Weather Watchers to make that determination if it's worth, or not worth, if the rotation's intensity is worth meriting going live over it. And at the time, it was. So thankfully, we have a very strong reduction in rotation um, capacity, and we're just going to kind of give this a couple more scans. And while that does that, I want to take a look at the rest of Arkansas while I got you guys here, and we can see that we've had quite a quite a bit of clearing out compared to earlier in the day. It was pretty intense. We have so many pictures of trees down. We have so many pictures of terrible destruction of property. I do not believe we have any reports of injuries, but we'll have to double check that. But it was a very, very long night. It was an extremely, extremely long night. And so we were just happy that things actually calmed down for a change. And obviously the storm system, it decided it wanted to um, get back up. And so basically we're waiting on these to start calming down again. I think once they calm down, they will actually calm down for good this evening. Most of your central Arkansas, and sorry about that, I just realized we were not I wasn't on the right screen. Let me center this out here real quick. There we go. That should be much better. All right. So, as we can see, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorms up here. None of these are tornado possible, but they are 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And these should be moving out of the state here within, I would say, how fast are they moving? 40 miles per hour? They'll be out within about 30, 40 minutes. So you guys up there in northeast Arkansas, you guys will be good to go here as soon as those move out. We're not expecting anything more out of this, I don't believe. No, definitely not. So once this is out in northeast Arkansas, you guys are good. In central, as soon as this clears out, you won't hear a sound anymore. And honestly, nothing is impressive in central Arkansas anymore. I would highly doubt that this will go severe thunderstorm warning. But unless those two cells end up converging and creating a more powerful cell, but we'd have to wait and see for that. We've had a lot of cell mergers throughout the day where they've just completely collapsed, and we haven't really had to worry too much about that, especially in Texarkana earlier today when that tornado warning was issued in Texas and into Texarkana. At the time, it was a PDS tornado. It was on the ground. It was observed and had destructive tag. And by the time it got into Texarkana, it had merged with several other cells and it ended up falling apart. So we didn't have to worry too much about that. We got very lucky with that. So we're going to go ahead and look back down at this particular cluster of cells here. It's going to be very loud, extremely loud. And let me try to see if I can look at any of the comments, see if there's any comments about, no, nothing too serious. So that's good. Everyone's saying it's just really loud here. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick look at our velocity scan. And yeah, it's definitely broadened out and it's completely falling apart at this time. So I would no longer worry about this particular part of Arkansas at this time because the rotation is constantly falling apart with every scan. So I do not think it will go tornado warning. We will continue to watch it until that area has finally made it out of the state. So we'll be here for another 10 minutes or so. And we can go, while we wait for this one to kind of make its way out, make sure it leaves Arkansas. We're going to continue to kind of take a broad look at how things are. Honestly, it's just going to be very loud storms. We've got a couple below severe limit storms moving through. Special weather statement here in Russellville, Dardanelle area, moving into Adona, Casa, Perryville. This is going to be extremely mild storms at best. 40 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. Extremely mild, below severe limits. And let's see, let's take a look at these up here again real quick. So these up here, this one over in Blytheville, it is almost ready to leave the state. It should be out of here in another about 5 to 10 minutes easily. And one up here, this one used to be pretty strong. It had a pretty good structure to it. It seems to be falling apart. So I am not very worried about this one up here. This one should move through Clay County. This should definitely move through Clay County here in the next, I would say 10 to 15 minutes and find its way. I don't think it will hit Blytheville, but if it does, it shouldn't make too much of an impact because all of these storms up here are definitely weakening. Every time it's finding its way into Arkansas, it's finding itself struggling. So we are very happy with that. And we definitely don't need any more severe thunderstorms. We don't need any more tornadoes. We've had our fair share this spring, and I know everybody, I see in the comments all the time, people saying, gosh, I'm so tired of these severe thunderstorms. Believe me, we are right there with you. We could all use a little bit of a break, and I believe we are getting one today, aka Saturday. We are getting a break except for extreme northwest Arkansas, and that is extremely conditional. And that's going to be remnants of what's going on out in Oklahoma. If you haven't heard, Oklahoma tomorrow, or today, however you want to process that after midnight. It's usually tomorrow for me when I wake up. But we'll go ahead and say today since it's past midnight. Today and Saturday, basically Oklahoma is potentially going to experience another outbreak. They went moderate. I believe that, honestly, I think they are waiting to pull a trigger on a possible high around your 8 o'clock time frame. So when we wake up tomorrow, we're probably going to see that they pulled the trigger on a high risk. And if they pull the trigger on high risk, I mean, that's just, our thoughts are definitely with the people of Oklahoma. They have been hit so many times this year, incredible amount of times. It's been disastrous. But the timing is very is how to put this. The timing is kind of perfect in a way, for lack of a better word, because Cameron and Derek just went out there for Chasecation. So if you are interested tomorrow, we're going to post them today. You're going to have to forgive me for that one. It's still tomorrow in my mind. But Saturday, today, they are going to be live, and we're going to post a link on Arkansas Weather Watchers page for if you want to watch them chase this tornado outbreak that's going to be happening. And timing is going to be very subjective. It could be around 4 or 5 when you start to get that firing. get that firing up of those storms out there. And oh wow, look at this latest scan. This is done. So we'd love to see this. I am no longer worried about this particular area anymore, and this is good. But anyway, so Oklahoma, it's going to be Heartland storm chasing. Cameron and Derek, they are on chasecation. They're going to be out for a week. They're going to be chasing the Heartland, and you can watch them live. And we'll post a link tomorrow since nothing is going on here in Arkansas. I know a lot of people that are like, oh, I don't want to keep watching severe weather, but I mean, there is something to be said about seeing severe weather not in your own backyard, but watching it up front and personal. I enjoy watching chasing live streams, but I love weather. We all have a fascination with weather. As long as those tornadoes stay in a field, we're happy about those tornadoes forming. We don't want any death or destruction. We just want to see that that raw power of nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't let anybody tell you oh yeah it's wrong to want to see tornadoes and all that. There's nothing wrong with a tornado in a field that doesn't hurt anybody. It hurts the corn. I think corn will live. We can replant corn, but we want to enjoy Mother Nature. And if we didn't have this passion, you wouldn't have Arkansas Weather Watchers. You wouldn't have the National Weather Service. So if you are a person who enjoys weather, enjoy it. It's okay. I promise. Nobody likes to see death and destruction. None of us do. So enjoy that passion. But getting off of my pedestal here. Um, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick look one more time around Arkansas, make sure we're good, because I actually even feel confident that we're just not even gonna wait for this to leave the state. This is completely falling apart down there. But I'm gonna take a quick look at velocity scans up here. Not entirely impressive. It's falling apart quite a bit. So I am not too worried about this one up here, because like I said, it was tornado warned in Donovan area, and it was only radar indicated. It did not touch down, so we weren't very worried about that one. We're just kind of cautious to see if that rotation kind of like cycles up and tries to reform. But honestly, Arkansas has an extremely strong cap right now, so we did see some weakening. Uh, I forget around what time, but it was fairly later in the evening, some weakening. But by that time, most of the storms had already moved through, and we didn't have to experience anything significant in central Arkansas. The only tornado that we had was near the Texarkana area, so we got very lucky today. And unfortunately, though, on the flip side, we got unlucky because of the flooding. The flooding causing the soil to weaken in strength for the trees, and we had tremendous amount of tree damage. We had trees uprooted. We had entire large branches falling on power lines and people's cars and homes and sheds. One of our staff members, they had damage to their shed today. So we had tremendous amounts of wind damage, and so we always tell people it's not tornadoes that we're all particularly concerned about. We're more worried about your straight line wind threat. And with straight line wind threats, no, that is a wider area. It affects a lot more people, and it could cause a considerable amount more damage. And right now, I believe we're at 30. Yeah, we're at 36,000 people without power. That is an incredible amount. And so you need to be patient with energy. Let these guys kind of, get out there and get the power back up. They mentioned something earlier. We made a post about it on Facebook. 10 p.m. they should have full restoration. So just be patient with them. let them kind of, you know, get those power lines back up and, you know, get everything all settled because they have had to do that so many times throughout the last week. These guys are exhausted. We're exhausted. I'm sure you're exhausted dealing with severe weather. We're all exhausted. So we're just kind of holding on. We got a break tomorrow, and then we got Sunday, and we will talk about Sunday on Saturday afternoon. So be patient with that. We should have the graphics up. Yeah, I think we'll have the graphics up tomorrow morning for the threat for Saturday. And let me check here. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have the threat for Saturday coming up here tomorrow morning. And honestly, it's going to be just this particular part of Arkansas. It's going to be in the extreme northwest corner, and that is because it's just the remnants of what's left over from whatever type of outbreak Oklahoma has to deal with. So just hang tight on that, and then we'll have Sunday graphics up probably about Saturday afternoon to Saturday evening to kind of, we're going to let a little more data come in, make sure we get it right, because model data has not been extremely reliable lately, and timing has been even worse. And if you saw my timing map, I'm sure you had some criticism because I believe me, that model information was just completely wrong. And so timing maps have been extremely hard to do lately, and I'm really sorry for that. There's not much we can do. I mean, National Weather Service is struggling just as much, and the Storm Prediction Center as well. So, we're all we had a similar situation that happened, I believe, around this time last year, where about 2 weeks worth of model data was probably completely useless, and it got to a nowcast point. And when you don't have model data to rely on, you have a general guess of what could happen, but you don't know exactly where. And so that's why the SPC has been putting out broad uh, broad threat areas, from larger slights to, you know, enhanced, because, what do you do when you don't have reliable model data? And so you just got to be patient with them. The models will work itself out. They'll kind of get back into gear and go smoothly again. But anyway, we're going to go back down here, and we continue to see this rotation completely fall apart. So I think we're good. I think we're gonna go ahead and give this maybe a couple more minutes, and then we're just gonna call it, because it's not impressive. It's not. It's completely fallen apart, and so we wanted to be hey, we wanted to be safe than sorry. We want to give you guys as much of a head start on taking your tornado safety precautions as you can. You know, sometimes it's like 4 out of 5 times that ends up actually producing a tornado. I landed on the 5 out of 5. So better safe than sorry. We'd rather do that than you guys not have as much time to prepare. So with that said, we are just kind of looking around Arkansas right now, Fort Smith. It should be getting very quiet over there. Russellville, your storm's going to be clearing out here pretty soon. Over here in Cherokee Village is going to be a little loud, but that should be clearing out here in the next 5-10 minutes. That storm up here over in Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge area. Let's see here. That is, let me check something here. Yeah, that is continually, the velocity scans, no concern. No concern on that. and same for Blytheville. This is largely a hail and wind threat. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-size hail, less than 50-mile-per-hour winds. So the main concern for Blytheville was the hail, and this is almost out of the state. So we're not going to worry about that one anymore. This one is still producing the hail. It's going to be really loud. I don't know if you can see his little plus marks, but that's actually lightning indicators, and that's going to be pretty loud. Definitely pretty loud. Okay, so I'm gonna check this out one more time, see if we got another scan here real quick. Yeah, it's just completely falling apart. Definitely not worried about it. The only concern we usually have down here is because it's radar gap. We're not gonna get 100% at knowing how this goes. But given the massive reduction of the velocity, there's probably almost no rotation at this point. It's just remnants of the winds pushing out. So we're not worried about this one at all. And this severe thunderstorm warning goes for another 23 minutes. So your primary concern is going to be that less than a 3/4 of an inch hail. This is going to be probably about 60, maybe in some parts almost pushing almost 70-mile-per-hour winds. We've been seeing a lot of that. We've been seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings being issued with 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it was a lot more. And that's because our environment was rather unstable today. And when you have a pretty unstable environment, you can end up producing kind of its own storm fuel for other things. And so we've been having large amounts of microbursts. We've been having a lot of wind coming out of these storms, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so that's why we have 36,433 people without power. Obviously, a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm will not cause that much. You'd have to be completely and utterly flooded in order to do that. And we were not completely and utterly flooded, but we were a decent amount. So, but we had reports up to 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that told us that we were definitely experiencing more than the National Weather Service was putting out. And I believe the system is they take the average of the storm. They take the average of the wind, but they don't take into account a couple mile span of that severe thunderstorm warning producing more. So that is what is happening. You'll get these areas that will experience a lot more wind than the average storm, and that's going to be knocking out your power for a larger amount of areas because it's going to be bringing down those trees, and that's exactly what happened. So, let's pull this up. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end the Facebook feed, because this is complete 100% done. I am not even. I have no doubt in my mind we will no longer face any more threat down here in southeast Arkansas. So, with that said, enjoy the break today. If you are planning on a cookout, today is the best day for it. I hope you weren't planning on Sunday, because we are definitely going to experience some severe weather. So get your cookout on today before the severe thunderstorms Sunday, and hopefully enjoy the rest of your weekend. And but yeah, we're going to continue the live coverage on YouTube, probably for another hour, making sure no more severe thunderstorm warnings pop up. If they don't pop up for 30 minutes, we're going to go ahead and call it. So yeah, with that said, yeah, just continue to stay safe, everyone, and We appreciate you guys kind of tuning in, especially this late at night. And, we thank you for putting your trust in us. And with that said, I'm Rich, Executive Director here at AWW. And thank you for tuning in for your source for all things Arkansas weather.